Okay. One second here. Had everything all queued up and ready to go. And there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate two paintings by another one of my very favorite artists, and alongside this opportunity to explore an artist that I admire deeply, and I think more people should know, we are going to celebrate Kwanzaa. So we're going to talk a little bit about today's artist, who is Dr. Synthia St. James, and the two paintings that she made in honor of Kwanzaa. And these were both reproduced as U.S. postage stamps. In this one, it was used in 1996, and this one in 2016. And I think these are both, I love these paintings. I love her style. I'm a huge admirer of her work. And I thought, who better to, as an artist, to help us explore the traditions of Kwanzaa than Dr. Synthia St. James. So these are the two paintings we're going to make, and maybe even before we get started here, one of the traditions of Kwanzaa is 7 candles. Now I don't have red and green candles as is most appropriate, but I thought it might be nice just to have some type of approximation before we get started here. And I guess, oh, on camera there it only looks like there's 6, but there is in fact 7 candles. And these will burn throughout today's episode. My instinct was to put them here, but I wonder if they're going to... maybe I will put them over here in front. I didn't think this out too clearly, but we'll put that out right there. I guess that's not really in view, is it? Wonder if that will work right there. Right at the bottom of your screen there. That's kind of cool. I like that. There's something nice about a little about a candle that's glowing to help us focus our attention and our energy. Okay, so you probably also see on the table here, these are the two paintings that we're going to recreate, and I'm going to show you the templates which you can download to help you get this painting started. So for the earlier painting that she did for the 1996 stamp, there's an outline there, and then for the 2016 version there is also an outline, and I'll show you where to find these. There is a link to a Dropbox folder in the description below, and you're going to see a whole bunch of folders within there. There's a lot of artwork. These are all of the paintings that we have already painted by great artists from all over the world. We have Leonardo da Vinci here, Tom Thompson, Vincent van Gogh, Anna Mulka Ahmed, Titian, Agnes Martin, Grandma Moses, lots of Picasso, Walt Disney, Rembrandt, Anish Kapoor, Yu Peng. And if we keep on going all the way down here, there will be more in the new year. But this is where we're at this very moment if you're watching this live. And in that folder here, you will see 6 files. There's the 2 original paintings, and then there's 2 versions of each outline. One's a JPEG and one's a PDF. So you can download either one, whichever is easier for you to print. And then I'm going to play this video which just shows the transfer process. So you could certainly welcome to try drawing these directly onto the canvas, but you may find that it's a little bit easier to use the template. And so let's just go through this process here. So you will see that we have, we're going to be painting on 2 canvases. Each one is 9 by 12 inches large. And I've printed out the outlines on my inkjet printer here at home. You don't need a fancy printer of any kind. Any kind of printer will work. You can use a LaserJet printer if you've got a USB stick and you can take it, attach it to a photocopier at work or at a mail place. You can print it there and it will work just fine. You could even draw this out onto a piece of paper in your sketchbook. And then when you're confident that you've got the drawing worked out, then you can use this same process to transfer an image directly onto a canvas. There we go. Kind of stuttered there. So I was just making sure that this is... Oh, okay, that jumped ahead. So here I'm using some carbon transfer paper. You can use graphite paper. They all do the same thing. I don't know if there's any benefit to carbon over graphite. This is just what was available at the local dollar store here where I am. Okay, and then once you've got that carbon paper underneath your image, you can just trace all the lines. So I'm not going to bore you with all the details. Pretty straightforward. All right. And you can see that I'm doing my best to try to get the lines in there. And in this one, I did all of the lines. Before I tear the paper off the canvas, I just want to make sure I've got all the lines actually on there. And then we'll do this again for the other painting. You can see with this one, I did move the image down just a little bit. So it's not right in the center. So there's going to be a little bit of extra room at the top. That's just because the actual painting itself is really only the size of the photocopy. So there were some of these fruits down here. Rather than improvising, I thought, let's just add a little bit of extra blue at the top of the painting rather than try to imagine what is down here. So, and I also use these red pencils because that helps me know when I've actually drawn over top of the line. I've tried this many times with just regular gray graphite pencil, and often you kind of like you can't really see what lines you've drawn and which ones you haven't, and then you sometimes peel off the paper and you're like, oh, I forgot to draw blah blah blah. Okay. So once you've done this, you will have your images transferred onto canvas. So I've got 2 of them here. Now I like to save these. I find them helpful for sometimes doing tests. If the painting doesn't turn out the way you want, you can always use it again. You probably want to use a different color than red the second time. But there's even sometimes where I've had to cut these shapes out, not in this painting, hopefully, because let's say I cover it with some kind of paint and I can't see my lines. Okay, so we've got these 2 canvas 9 by 12 sized canvases. If you want to get the exact ones I'm using, you can use a link in the video description below. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do, which I don't think she did. We could take a quick little look here. I don't think she did what I'm about to do, but this is sort of a process that I've been using for the past year and a half on maybe 90% of the paintings that I've done, which is to put this warm yellow down first. So traditionally, artists have put a warm yellow or kind of a rusty brown onto the canvas to get it started. So I'm just going to continue doing that. For me, it's a little bit of an experiment. You know, I started doing this kind of thing when I was just teaching very basic intro to painting classes to simplify what is this process is called applying the imprimatura, which is this Italian word for like the first layer of paint. And artists have been doing it since the Renaissance. And I just started using warm yellow as a way to just kind of to give people an idea of what this process was like. And then I would, as we would progress, we would mix a brown. And then I just thought, like, I wonder what would happen if we just did this, we kept doing this. Would it really, you know, if we were trying to make more serious paintings, like the painting we're about to make, or the two paintings we're about to make here, would it still work? Could we still do it? And I think we've proven pretty conclusively over the past year and a half, painting the Mona Lisa and Frida Kahlo's paintings, George O'Keeffe, all of the great artists throughout art history, that this actually works. So this is a little bit of my research into color and to see if we can make it work. And so I think she probably painted directly onto a white canvas, and we're going to be painting colors right over top of all this, so probably more than likely none of this yellow will survive until the very end on its own. But that doesn't mean that it won't still be there. It's going to give the painting a little bit of a nice warm glow. And here in Vancouver, Canada, where I am right now, and it's snowing. I literally just minutes ago took the compost out to the garbage bin, and we've got about 3 feet of snow in our backyard. And so I got my socks nice and wet right before class began. So who doesn't want a warm glow during the holidays, right? Speaking of holidays, I will talk a little bit about Kwanzaa and just introduce some of the traditions to everyone as we go through the episode, because people may or may not be well acquainted with Kwanzaa, so I think it's a good opportunity to share a little bit with everyone how people from around the world celebrate the holidays. Not everyone celebrates Christmas, right? Okay, so I've got my brush here. I'm just going to wipe off the excess. Oh, lots of people there in the chat. That's exciting. The last few episodes have been pretty, well, not super quiet. I figure everyone's just really busy with the holidays. It doesn't surprise me, and it doesn't offend me. I also know that not everyone watches these episodes live, so it's good to see more of you back here after the busy holiday season. I'm going to put this aside here like that. And let's just talk a little bit about the biography of today's artist. Who is she still alive, still making art? And who knows, maybe there'll be a third Kwanzaa postage stamp coming down the line at one point here. So, you know what? One thing I've been meaning, I keep thinking I should ask people to do is to help me timestamp episodes. I'll post some of this on the Facebook group, which reminds me, there's a private Facebook group, and many of you watching right now already belong to the group. This was something that organically created through viewers like yourselves. And I encourage you to join the group and upload your version of today's paintings or anything else that you're working on, because once a month I go through the Facebook group and I give people feedback on their art. Look at that. Heidi's been working great. Look at Josh. Cool. Cool. And I also I spend probably way too long writing biographies and little introductions for each episode as well on here. So, anyway. If you're just watching and you want to help out the channel, every time you see something interesting or useful, a transition from one thing to the other, if you can write down in the comments when you see something happening, literally the time on the bottom of your YouTube screen, that is really helpful, because that makes it easier for other people who are watching. They can just jump to those points in the video. So if you'd like to help me do that, that would be great. Okay, so let's talk about Synthia St. James, right? This would be a timestamp moment. So Synthia St. James, born in 1949, so in Los Angeles, California. So she grew up in Los Angeles. She was the homecoming queen of her high school, and she obviously showed some aptitude for art, but the opportunity wasn't there for her to go into to pursue an art education, at least not initially. So she followed a career as a tax practitioner and worked in corporate accounting for various different firms for the first, let's say, 20 years of her adult life, right? So from her 20s until her, I guess, 40s, she was working as a full-time accountant, and while she was doing that, she was making her art. And I think what spurred her on and gave her encouragement is a fellow coworker bought one of her works when she was fairly young, like I think about 20 years old. Someone bought one of her artworks, and I think she was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I could do this full-time? It took her another 20 years before she was able to commit herself full-time to making art. But I guess there's not a lot of info here on the Wikipedia page. Here's her own website, and you can buy prints from her here. She's got a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can contact her directly if you like as well. I should also mention that she's a prolific author and illustrator. She has, I didn't open, this is a book, I wanted to get it from our library, but it's probably going to arrive tomorrow when I put books on hold. But, you know what, can I just copy and paste? See, look at all these books. These are books that she's either illustrated or written herself. And she's also done book covers for many, many authors. In fact, probably the most famous... Okay, this is the movie. Let's see if we can find the book cover that she did for Waiting to Exhale, which was turned into a hit film. But the original book by Terry McMillan... Let's get the... This is sort of, I think, the first thing that really put her on the map is... is this book. Well, I think this, probably the postage stamp, and then this. I'm not sure which came out first. But I love this image, and you can see here's an... okay, here's the... There's the different versions of it here. I don't know which one I prefer, on the black background or the white background. It's interesting, on the black background, it becomes almost a little bit more abstract. It's harder to see people's faces and like her jacket, versus on the white background here, they show up a little bit. They're a little easier to see. Anyway, it was kind of a monumental moment, I think, in her career. It certainly, because the book was a huge hit, and of course the movie was a big hit, it brought her also a lot of attention. And she's, you can see, where are we here? Goodreads here. There's a number of books that she's illustrated, not just about Kwanzaa, but about Christmas. I saw one on Aboriginal traditions here in Canada. So she's been very busy. She's also, what I think is really exciting, and I wasn't able to find any photos just right now, I'm not going to do a whole search, but she's been commissioned by I think like 6 or 7 of the American embassies around the world to paint large murals or paintings for those locations, because they're seeing, like, her work is so iconic that you know, it's such a powerful artwork to be displayed in these other countries. So when other dignitaries are visiting the ambassadors' residences and offices, they're able to see her art, and I think that shows how important she is as an artist, to help promote the arts not only within the United States but abroad. What else? Is there anything else I want to mention right here? Oh, the postage stamp. I wish I had these postage stamps. I used to collect stamps, actually, for a long time. I used to get my parents to tear the corners off of of envelopes and letters, and I would steam them or put them in hot water, and the stamps would peel off, and then I have these books and binders full of stamps that I was saving, and still to this day, sometimes when I go to the post office and I see really cool stamps, I'll buy them, and they're just like, they just disappear as like bookmarks and stuff. But I love stamps. So I also really appreciate her for, you know, being involved with stamp creating. Okay, so let's just talk quickly here as these paintings are drying here before we start painting on them. Just a little brief introduction to Kwanzaa. So Kwanzaa is celebrated December 26th to January 1st, right? So currently, you know, only a couple days left of Kwanzaa. And, you know, Kwanzaa was a holiday that was created in the 1960s in the United States, in California. And its origins are, you know, that's sort of where it officially began. But what it is really is an amalgamation of a lot of African American traditions, or of African traditions, really, that were brought to the United States, likely through the slave trade. And I think what the creator, Maulana Karenga, did was to help consolidate some of them and put them together in a way that made it way more accessible for generations of young African American people, as an alternative, at least at first, to Christmas, which he saw as being a white European tradition, and wanted something that African Americans and Africans could celebrate on their own. And originally it was seen as something that would be done totally separately, but there's a lot of people that celebrate Christmas as well as Kwanzaa. You know, for some people will just deride it as a fake holiday, as an invention. I hate to break it to you, but every holiday, every tradition was invented by someone at some point, including Christmas, right? As far as I know, Jesus never told anybody to go buy a Christmas tree and put presents underneath it. In fact, just as a quick little thing, I would probably say Jesus would be horrified with what Christmas has become, but that's a whole other thing, right? So let's see. The number 7 features prominently. I just want to make sure I actually have 7 candles here. I was like, do I have 8 or 4? Okay, I do have 7 candles. So the number 7, it has specific importance, and a lot of the traditions and rituals all center around that number 7. And a lot of the words derive from Swahili, so I won't even butcher any of these by trying to pronounce the original words. But a lot of it comes back to, just like good values that I think our mother tried to instill in us when we were growing up. Like the importance of unity within the family and community, self-determination, which for African American people, especially in the 1960s with the cultural revolutions that were going on at the time, was very important and arguably maybe more important than ever these days. Some of these also, there's some crossover with kind of more left-leaning politics, but the idea of working together, collective economics, for African Americans to shop and buy from other African American businesses and services whenever possible, which is, I just think of that as sort of shopping local, supporting people within your community rather than just buying everything from the Walmart, right? Idea. I think one of the core things of establishing Kwanzaa, this idea is to give people a sense of purpose and something to rally around that was at least at the beginning exclusively theirs, as opposed to feeling like they were simply participating in the dominant what would you say, I'm trying to think of the word, it just escapes me, but something that they could feel ownership over, rather than feeling like they were supporting this white colonizers' traditions, right? That were being forced upon them. When I'm totally supportive of that, right? Of especially minorities, people of color, Aboriginal people, of having a greater sense of purpose and self-determination as we go forward. So I think that's a big thing, to give people a sense of, I think everyone needs a sense of purpose, right? Creativity being a major important part, right? And here's our attempt to try to make the world a little bit more creative and beautiful. And then lastly here, a celebration of faith, right? And for African American people in particular, there has been a lot of pain in the struggle for self-determination, and I think this is an opportunity to reflect and also to celebrate the great strides that have been made. Not to say that the journey is over, but there's certain, certainly the world, I think, is better than it was, and I would like to see it get even better, right? With a young daughter myself, I would love for there to be more peace and love in the world than there currently is. Let me see. Right, so here's, again, these 7 traditions. Even the word Kwanzaa, derived again from a Swahili word, you know, an extra A was added at the end to emphasize this 7. The candles, the 7, well, the candlestick with, again, I don't have, this is my candle holder here with my 7 candles. Corn features quite prominently here. You know, like a lot of traditions revolve around, you know, even Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, all of these traditions which now have other dimensions to them. A lot of them at their roots go back to the harvest, right? Because for the majority of humanity, we were very dependent on what we were able to grow and what we were able to reap from these various harvests, right? So you'd be very grateful if there was anything that would that there was to eat by the end of the harvest that you were able to save for the new year. I also think this is important too. This idea, often there's a shared cup with different kinds, sometimes a beverage in there that might be stimulating, alcoholic beverage perhaps shared around a table. But this, I think all of us taking a moment to think about where we come from and who our ancestors are, I think is something I think more of us should be doing, and sometimes celebrating those people, and sometimes also recognizing maybe some of the failures of people in our past, and how we as contemporary people living in a society might try to make things better for others, right? Okay, I think that's I mean, there is lots of information on Kwanzaa on the web, so I won't go too much further here. I'm pretty naive to this. I've been doing as much research as I can to get ready for the episode, but I certainly encourage people. There's some great videos. I've been watching lots of videos on the web about this, yeah. So let's get into the paint. It looks like they're almost completely dry here. So I might actually just hit these briefly with the hair dryer just to help speed this process up. So I'll mute the microphone. Okay, so let's put some paint on our palette, and there's a lot of different ways that we can go about painting today's painting. I think what I'm going to do is try to paint these paintings relatively with a relative thick amount of paint. Both because to help speed up the process, and as a little bit of an experiment for myself, because often recently we've been doing some paintings that involve many layers of paint, and while that's great, it takes a long time, and so I was thinking it might be fun just to try something a little bit different. So we'll experiment, and then depending on the results as we go, we can modify things. So I've just put 6 colors, not including white, onto my palette. We've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. A warm and a cool, warm and a cool, warm and a cool. And if you're wondering what these colors are, if you're watching me for the very first time, there are links in the description below as to if you want to buy these exact ones. You don't have to buy from the company I'm using. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody to promote any materials. But what we're using here, this is called a split primary palette. Again, there's lots of information on the web about that. But the split primary palette will allow us to make 98% of every single color in the visible spectrum. Maybe a little bit, not quite the brightest green, maybe not quite the brightest purple or the brightest orange, but we can do a pretty darn good job, and I think we've proved that throughout the past couple of years here, right? So, which one should we begin with here? Just have to make sure I don't just burn the house down. Okay. So, let's look at this painting here and think about how to approach it. I mean, generally, what I think the best way to go is to, if you know that one, like I always think it's so much easier to start from the background and work your way to the foreground. That way you're layering paint over top of different edges. So in this case, let's look at it from this point of view. So if we put this cool blue down first, then we can paint the black over top of it, and then we can paint the brown, right? And then we can paint the earrings and so on and so forth. And that way it could save us a little bit of time. Now, the one thing is sometimes we might need to do a second coat of some of these colors. So I think we'll still do, we'll still paint in these various background layers, working our way up slowly. But if we want to try doing this all in one go, then we're going to want to use a thicker amount of paint. And the one thing is, if we put a lot of paint on, then we're going to get a lot of texture in the paint, which is not necessarily bad, but that will mean that if you have a lot of texture in your paint, that it's going, depending on the lighting of the artwork, the light might strike some of that texture and create some highlights as well as shadows on the painting. And sometimes that's really great. Sometimes that we can really use that for great effect. A lot of abstract painters really liked big texture because that way the lighting, by the different way you light it, could literally change the way that the painting looks, right? From having shadows coming on one side or the other side or up or down. So it could create all sorts of dramatic ways to light the painting. If you don't want that, though, you don't want a lot of texture. I mean, when we look at her work, I wouldn't say texture is a big part of it. What I'm going to try doing instead is mixing a little bit of self-leveling gel into the paint. Now, we've done this a few times before. I think most recently with the Georges Seurat painting, Seurat, the pointillist painter. I still can't remember exactly how to pronounce his name. And so we put a little bit of this in so that when we were doing all those little dots, instead of having these pointed peaks like little mountains, we had these just a little bit more rounded mounds. And I thought that worked out actually really well. So I'm going to mix a little bit of this into my color. The one thing with using any kind of medium is it's going to thin the paint out ever so slightly. So you just want to be a little bit careful how much of this you put in so that you don't get a semi-transparent coat of paint, which then defeats the purpose of trying to do something really thick, because then you're going to have to do it thin again. My goodness. This... There we go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix this blue, and this is a cool blue in the background. So let's take some white. I just want to see, what is there, that cool blue, she's got a cool blue in this one too, so we might be able to mix this same color. Maybe this one will have just a little bit more white in it. I think there's also a little bit of red in this one here. So let's get a lot more blue. And we'll put a bit of this self-leveling gel. I think we're going to need to mix it in with a little bit more paint. So now, in retrospect, I think that color looks a little bit more like this painting. So why don't we start here? And then I'm just going to apply this right over here. Yeah, I can see it's already a little bit transparent. So, you know, if you were painting on a white canvas, you'd still see a little bit of white coming through. So it looks like I'll probably have to do a second coat regardless. So my hope of trying, well, I guess we could try to do it all if we really slather this on. The one thing with doing that is it can also mean that it could take a little bit longer for this all to dry. But if we've got 2 paintings on the go, that's not such a problem, is it? So I'm actually very curious to see how well this turns out. You know, it's almost like when we did the Anamolka Ahmed and we she painted with a palette knife, and trying to paint with a lot of paint at one time is kind of tricky. I think that's actually really cool. I hope that we can preserve this like that. So let's move that to the side. I think there's going to be a bit of this swapping a little, oops. We'll see how well that dries, how unified of a surface we get. So before I move on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this color and I'm going to put it aside here. So that if I do need to use it to do a little touch-up, I've got a bit saved here. Okay. So let's, where did I put my cool blue? Did I put it back? I guess I did. So we're going to mix the other color here. And ooh, actually that's pretty good. That's right out of the tube. It's much darker, but not... I think she probably put a little bit of red in there, but I think that will actually be kind of nice. In fact, it's almost a little bit too dark. Let's put a bit of white in here. Once again, let's try the self-leveling gel. So you just want to mix this in as thoroughly as possible. Because wouldn't it be nice if we could just do one layer of paint rather than doing multiple layers, and which takes a lot of extra time. It does make things a little bit more accurate if we're using multiple layers, but you know, some people are more willing to sacrifice, you know, they just don't have that much time, so they're like, yeah, you know what, like, I love your obsession in doing these like 5-hour long episodes, Michael. I don't really have 5 hours to spend, so I kind of got to get things done pretty quickly. So in my mind anyway, this should help us maybe speed things up a little bit. And I'm not sure, but I would imagine it doesn't say anything about it speeding. It does say for slower drawing, use glazing liquid. So I bet you this either speeds up the drawing process or it's the same as just regular paint. Sometimes so because it doesn't say anything about it slowing down, but it does say that you can use things to make it slow down the drawing process. So that usually tells me that it actually speeds up the drawing process a little bit, potentially. So just have to make sure we get enough on the canvas, and that way we're not scraping down to the bottom layer. We've always got a nice thick layer of paint underneath everything. And it does look really nice. Like, I'm not sure how well that's coming out on camera. But that thick paint is... So let's just make sure we use... I mean, there's not really much paint left on the palette, so I'm just going to try to use up as much as possible. I often find, like, when I'm doing this kind of thing, the edges, the sides of the painting, those are the places where the paint tends to get thinnest, because you're sort of like, the brush hits that side. And same sort of thing, kind of where you lift your brush off can also make things a little bit more transparent. Okay, that's cool. I like this. This is kind of fun, something a little bit different. Same sort of thing here. I'm going to scrape up all of that extra paint. I'm just going to put it right here. That way, again, should worst comes to worst, I need to put a little touch up there. At least I've got something that was made at the same time and will already sort of be of the approximate color. Now, of course, acrylic paint will dry much faster than oil paint, so it's possible that those colors are... I don't know what's wrong with me, but I was like, oh, there's a little bit of a ridge there. I want to get rid of that texture. And then by doing that, I kind of, interrupted things, when ideally the whole point of using this leveling gel is that it should, as time goes on, help settle and reduce some of that texture. But old habits die hard, right? Okay, so let's set that aside. Now let's just take a look here. It's still obviously pretty wet. Now, I'm sure the one thing is this is glossy. I forgot about that. So the thing that's really tricky when you're trying to paint quickly and you've got a gloss medium in here is it's hard to tell, is that glossy because it's wet, or is it glossy because the paint is itself glossy? So I'm gonna have to use a blow dryer. So we'll see. The best laid plans, as they say. Okay, so either way, what would be the next step? With this one, it would be painting the hair black, and with this one, it'd be some yellow. Almost this same dark blue could go right there. That is interesting. Okay. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to blow dry these really quickly, and then I'm going to start mixing the blue for that guy's jacket, and then I'm going to use that same color to mix the black for her hair in different steps. We'll see. We'll see how well this goes switching back between paintings. I think that this could be a bit of a pain, but I'm always up for an experiment here. Okay. So let's mix this next color with some cool blue. Let's put a bit of this leveling gel in now. Oh, that's a lot. Won't use all of it. We'll just put it off to the side for a moment. And I'm going to take a little bit of the warm red from all the way on the other side of the palette. Oh, that's going to get kind of much darker. I knew it was going to get dark, but that's maybe a little bit darker than I want, but we'll make it work. Okay, so I'm going to need a smaller brush. Okay. Okay. This is a little bit, there's a lot of that fluid in this part of the paint, this color, so it's a little bit more transparent than I would have liked. It'll make things a bit tricky. It should mean I shouldn't have to worry about transparency or of texture. So keep fighting some of the background colors coming through. While I'm using this color, I think I'm going to try to get I'm going to paint this color down here, which admittedly I'm already very close to. I think there's a little bit of white and a little bit of yellow in here. Just modifying this color ever so slightly. And you know what? I probably would be a good idea would be to mix the brown for the skin tones and paint that. I'd maybe almost paint that first, because the clothing's on top of the skin, and we don't really want the skin to be in front of the hat and these clothings, etc., right? So, I mean, that's stuff that you learn as you're painting, right? Every painting's a bit of a journey. It's a learning experience for me as well as anyone else watching. Okay. Colors they're slightly different. I mean, on camera they look very similar, but I assure you that they are very different in person here. And actually, her earring. Well, you know what? I'm going to paint her face. Should I do this earring first? No, you know, I think that's just going to drive me nuts. So let's mix a brown, a nice warm brown skin tone here. Yeah, let's clean that. Because we can, if I could use that brush, but that would be for a little bit of a colder brown here. So to make a brown, let's take our warm yellow. Let's take a bit of warm red. I don't know if we'll need all of it. And we'll take an even smaller amount of warm blue. So let's mix all this up together. We're going to need more. We got these two paintings, so let's put a bit more warm yellow in here. Okay, so our warm yellow. A bit more red. And then it's just going to get darker the more blue we put into this mixture. So there's some people with a skin tone not too dissimilar to this. I think we want something darker even, and then let's just make sure. Looks like they're all relative. I think they're basically all the same brown. This one maybe is a little bit more of a reddish brown. Let's take a lot more blue. If you find this color starts to go too green, that means you just need to balance it out with either more yellow or red, and both, right? Potentially. We're getting there. Take a bit more, maybe even more red. Take a bit more blue. Just keep on going. Keep on adding it until you get to the... Let's take even more here to speed this process up. What do you think? Are we... I think we're pretty close. Pretty close. How about in this one? A little darker. I think, as I said, I think this one's darker anyway, but... That's pretty good. Also, it will be easier for us to darken this color than it would be to lighten it. So it might, you know, once we get it painted on the canvas, it could look too dark or too light, and then we can always just add a little bit more of these red and blue colors in there just to deepen. Okay, so I think let's come back to this one. This is what we want to do next, I think. So let's put some of this paint down. To go to, where's my smaller brush? Oh, there it is. It's hiding. I think let's just get a bit more and then we'll spread it out. Now, some of, you know, these details on her clothing or necklace, you know, all of those, that's really gonna pose a challenge for this type of a process here. Using this really thick paint, self-leveling gel. I don't, you know, I might have to do a couple of passes there. I mean, there are a few solutions. We'll think about that as we go, but that's pretty good for that brown. Oh. I should never... They're like, oh, that looks great. Oh, no, not anymore. As I just... Like you can see right now, see how there's the light is hitting here and here. There's all these little kind of, it almost looks like little bits of that I got white in my paintbrush. So personally, I've never really liked that. I always find that really distracting. My sincere hope is as this dries, those ridges will settle down and that I won't see them anymore. The texture on the background, It's mostly going away. I mean, I don't think it's going to be completely gone at any point, but I think I'm hoping it will not be as apparent as it is at this moment. Let's go to the other painting here. There's a lot of people in the chat there today. It's awesome. Ravi in the chat says yellow ochre. Not sure what's that's in reference to, Ravi. So I can paint a little bit wider, and then as I come back around with the next other layers, I can kind of, you know, adjust these shapes, right? Now I got a lot of this brown left over. I made quite the mixture of it, and there's not really that much, or really any elsewhere in these paintings, which means I could try to preserve some of it. I have a bunch of little jars that I've bought. Okay. So let this sit for a bit here. Similarly, I'm going to kind of move this brown, consolidate it to an area of the palette so that I might be able to, because if I continue with this, I will have no space left on my palette. I do have other palettes, but I always like the idea of trying to make a whole painting with one palette. I don't know why, but now we could use this color to modify other colors in the same way that we can use gray and white and black to modify colors. You know, a lot of early artists, before you could just go to an art supply store and just buy paint. You had to mix your own paints with whatever pigments were available to you. And most of those kind of paints were earth tones or earthy tones, and which tend to be reds and browns, yellows, like yellow ochre, as David Ravi posted in there. Which is why a lot of classical paintings have kind of a brownish, reddish kind of quality. There were blues in there. A lot of blues and purples and reds that existed, but a lot of them were not light fast, and therefore the colors sort of changed over time. Okay. This process of painting all the layers all at once, I am not so... Well, do I just keep on going? Or do I switch? It's... I think I'm going to keep on going where possible, because I can see some of the self-leveling gel has made it a bit more transparent, and I can, no matter what, I might have to go back over those areas. And I just noticed his jacket continues right there too. It's just one of those things, like, if I want these paintings to look great, and I also want them to honor all these great artists, and the idea of it sort of looking a bit sloppy, in my mind, defeats the whole purpose, right? We'll see how much we can do like this. And okay. So what should we do next? There's the yellows. I mean, why don't we look at these side by side here? I could start painting yellow here, or purples, or should I even go right to the black? Is there any black in here? It's just, well, I guess there is some black there. Let's do a yellow. I'm just gonna run out of space. I might end up having to use, let's see, I'll probably do a little bit on here. So we'll take this warm yellow. I'm going to take some white. It's going to lighten this color up a little bit. And again, I'll put a bit of this self-leveling gel in here. I should be able to probably use this kind of a yellow a number of times too, so let's come down in here. Yeah, it's not really. Let's continue. I'm going to put this, even though this yellow is a little bit different, it's a bit more of a cold yellow down here. I'm going to put it there anyway. And then later on I can modify it. Or if I just absolutely run out of time, I can also just leave it, right? And try to paint over top of my pencil lines a little bit. That way it just slowly starts to cover them up. Ah, that's supposed to be purple. But it was funny because so far everyone's hats have matched the dominant color in their clothing until that one. The moment I just assumed I figured out the pattern, the painting surprises me, right? Okay. So, and then is that the same color it's supposed to go right there as well? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's see. How do we... Big thick paint coming right down Main Street right here. So obviously I'll have to touch some of that up. I'm skeptical as to how well this yellow will cover up that blue, but let's just Put it in. You know, like with any kind of experiment or trying out a different technique, there's bound to be a few surprises, right? Okay. So how about we'll put that aside. Let's take a look at the other one. I mean, I guess there's a few fruits here. I think again, I'm going to paint these for this warm yellow. Now my hope is this, by applying that paint pretty thick right there, that as I paint elsewhere it'll dry, and but you know, anytime you paint big gobs of color, it's possible that it could take a little while to dry. I do have my hair dryer, so worst comes to worst I can blast it a bit. Maybe even here. Okay. That's good for right now. How about let's take... Where does that go? Olga says, it's a hot summer day here in Southeast Australia. No white Christmas here. You're hurting my heart. Talking about hot summer days to those of us here in North America is hard. Our next door neighbors just got back from Hawaii late last night. And then I saw them this morning shoveling the snow, and I was like, I bet you they're thinking, couldn't we have just extended this vacation just a few more days? Ugh. Okay, so I'm just prepping. Let's get a little bit of warm red, maybe not too much, because I want to convert this into a bit more of an orangey color here. That's why I'm doing it a little bit to the side. Okay. Let's do a bit. right now it looks almost identical to this. I do think that as it dries, the color will change. Yeah, you can see it kind of here. I'm just going to put this... So, you know, one of the things I'm thinking about as I'm doing this is I'm going to attempt to do this entire painting in one layer. It's not going to... I'll just tell you right now, for spoiler alert, it's not going to happen. That is almost impossible for me to do. It's not impossible, but it will be really challenging. But I think I'll be able to get away with a lot of the painting in one layer. I mean, it's just going to be a little bit of touching up, and maybe I might have to paint the same color in some places a second time, but it might speed up the process just enough to make it worthwhile for some people. Okay. I mean, for me, what's kind of fun about trying a different style and technique, beyond just every single one of these paintings, we're trying different styles and techniques by all these different great artists. But even like just trying something like this, a different approach, all of a sudden makes things a lot more exciting, maybe a little bit more scary. Because I lose a little bit of control. And as an artist, some like when you're just starting out as a beginner, I think the thing you want the most is control. You want to be able to control the material. You want to be able to control how things turn out. You want to have a pretty good idea before you've gone too far what things are going to look like. But after a while, one of the things that you start wanting a little bit more is a little bit of a surprise. You want a little bit of the painting to challenge you, to upend your expectations a little bit, and to keep you on your toes, to see where you are from a technical point of view. Can you adapt to kind of a curveball? Okay. So I think we're going to make this a little bit more orange later on. Generally, like layering colors like this, like if I paint another layer of, which I will, with a little bit more red over top of this, will create a really nice effect. It just has that little bit more solidity. Okay. What else? Anything else? Let's add... I mean, I guess I could have just done this right now, but let's add a little bit more red to this yellow. think there was a bit of white in there, so it's kind of a bit peachy. I'm going to put it in a few places where I'm ultimately going to go red. Just to use up some of this color. So even though it's not the color that I necessarily want in this location, right, this is going to be much more red later on. But I don't mind if a little bit of more orangey color ends up being beneath the red. I'd probably rather have that than yellow, or certainly not white. What else can I do with this orange? Do I want to even... I could just try painting this orange right on here now. And then later, if I put another orange on top of this, it's going to go really nice and just super opaque. Okay. Do we have any more orangey colors? Yes, I think right in here. Okay. Yeah, actually, this is working out. Like, honestly, there's been a few times where I've been like, kind of a little, this has caused me a bit of stress. But I actually don't mind that experience of having a painting freaking me out a little bit. I think that's... it keeps me on the edge, you know, excited and... Okay. Orange. Heidi's, or Olga says, anyone making a drawing, painting a New Year's resolution? That's a good idea. I think it's time to make some purple here. Really add some of the color right into here. Now, is there any purple in the other painting? Maybe a little bit of purple. And actually, before I move on, I think this area is supposed to be this. Okay. Okay, so let's do the purple. So just need a bit more warm blue. So we'll mix this right here. We're going to take our warm blue and warm red, mix these together. Gonna get a nice deep purple here. Now, I guess, oh, actually this purple might be appropriate. I think I'm going to kind of move away from doing these thick layers and do some thin layers and then paint over them maybe a little bit later on. So kind of using a combination of techniques. My computer just sort of, there we go, temporarily bugged out a bit there. So the reason why I'm sort of just going right here and not going to apply this too heavy is I always find purple is fairly transparent anyway. So the likelihood that I'd be able just to do this all in one go, it was, especially when it's darker. The next layer, when we put a little bit of white in there, I have a little bit more confidence in that. Oh, I painted the wrong... This is supposed to be green. That's supposed to be yellow. I think there's going to be a few of those moments today. there's that dark purple. All right, up here. Okay, so let's do the same thing. It's going to add a little bit of white in here. Interesting. Deborah says, Michael, have you thought of using masking tape on any of these paintings or masking fluid? You could. I think there's just so much going on complexity-wise that it could be a little bit time-consuming. I mean, I think you could get some. It would look gorgeous, but with all of the different colors, boy oh boy, it would be a commitment for sure. You'd be painting on this for at least 2 or 3 days, I think, if you started using tape. Kept on expanding outward here. So say I'm just going to leave that a little bit like that. Actually, you know what? I'm almost compelled. Well, not almost. I obviously am compelled to paint this a little bit white, and then we'll paint that purple back over top of it. By doing this, we're just going to get a much better purple than 2 layers of that dark purple. This will make that second layer of the darker purple, it's going to make it look really rich and vibrant. The other way would have gone much darker. Okay. You can see I know this is going to be black in here, so because I know that's going to be black, I can be pretty loose about how I paint this area. Okay, so we'll let that dry. I guess we could blow dry them and then just paint them. Well, I've got this purple mix because I don't think there's going to be any more purple elsewhere. So maybe we'll just do that and just speed things along. Let's go back to this one. Well, that one just cools down. Sometimes if it's really hot, it can it has its own problems. A really hot painting, it's kind of like, it's, you know, it's plastic, acrylic essentially, right? And if it's really hot, it's kind of in a bit of a semi-melted state. So letting it dry a moment or cool down, it's not such a bad thing. Oops. You know, there's a, you know, I've had throughout this painting today already a few moments where I've been like, oh, I kind of like, which I can imagine for a lot of people, those moments are very upsetting to beginner artists particularly. You know, you have a pretty clear idea what you want to do, and then it's not turning out, and feels kind of like everything's falling apart. In fact, I'm just going to paint this dude again, because I'll have to mix this darker purple all over. So let's just make that nice solid dark purple or light color for our eventual color that will go over top of it. Oh, what I was starting to say is that, as I said a few times today, like when you're starting out, I guess you want more certainty. You want to have you want more of that. And I imagine it can be a little bit scary, but if you think of it as just like you're running a science experiment and you have a pretty good idea of how things are going to turn out, but you're not exactly sure. You know, it's kind of exciting to set up the situation and just to see where things go. And if it doesn't turn out the way you want, it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That is helpful to know for the future. And then you just move on, versus sort of like, oh no, everything, the world's falling apart. What a disaster. I'm really bad at this. I just realized I have all these. I'm organizing my paintings, just moving some canvases there so I don't accidentally drip paint all over them. Deborah says, Rick and I have made New Year's resolutions that we would encourage each other to paint our own creation at least once a month. Great idea. I love it. Olga says, Deborah, that's a lovely resolution. Will you post or share your painting with others? That would be a great idea. We'd love to see that on the Facebook group. Lori says, I never make New Year's resolutions, but I'm planning on making one for the first time. Do something to do with art for 30 minutes every day, whether I feel like it or not, even if it's cleaning or gesso. Great idea. I remember I had a teacher who just said, even if you just go to the studio every day And I know a lot of you don't have a studio and you're just working on your kitchen table. Even if it's just like, you know, sitting with your art, maybe just reading a book next to one of your paintings, you know, and maybe it sounds silly, like you're trying to get some art through osmosis, but it puts you in this frame of mind rather than ignoring it, like, oh, I don't even want to think about it, I'm not going to do it. If you're there, it will start to inspire you to do more of it. Like, you know, a great book. If you're thinking about, can you see that? Or Atomic Habits. This is a great book, but it just talks about how to. It's like this kind of the science behind habits and forming habits. And a famous example he goes is like, if you want to get in shape by exercising, then what you want to do is just, for the first month, just go to the gym, you know, get dressed and just show up, and you can only stay for 5 minutes. Just go in, park your car, go in, scan your card, maybe go to the bathroom, and then go home. You don't even have to do anything. It's starting to get the brain into the mode of like, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. Like, for instance, I try as much as possible to get up at 5 in the morning and to work on my graphic novel. It's the Christmas season has thrown a wrench into that. But one of the things I told myself is I'm going to get up at 5 in the morning, but if I just lay there and look at my phone for an hour before I do anything, I'm not going to beat myself up. I'm just going to keep on. I want to form that habit of waking up early, and then I'll get closer to actually going into the studio and working right at 5 in the morning. But I'm not going to punish myself. And if I wake up at 6 in the morning, that's okay, right? Because I think sometimes we have this all or nothing thing with habits, and if it doesn't turn out perfectly, then it's like, screw that, I'm not going to do that. So anyway, that's what I gotta say about that, as Forrest Gump used to say. Let's, oh goodness, I love these paintings because they got so many colors, but it definitely is a little bit overwhelming at times here, right? Should we do I was gonna do, does it matter if we do green or red? Here, I'm just looking at this painting thinking, what's overlapping what most? I see these, this will be much easier to paint if I do the green first and then the red over top of that green. So let's do some greens. We haven't really done green yet. And I think predominantly in this painting we've got cool greens. Let's make it. Okay. So let's take our blue and let's take our yellow. We'll use mostly yellow at first. And I think, again, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint this. Let's get a different brush. Where's my smaller brushes? So I'm going to paint all of this just kind of a generic green to get started. Just to help give it a base color. In fact, we could put a bit of white in here. There is white in some of this green anyway, so maybe that would be helpful. The white will help cover up some of the other paint if we're overlapping. And in here. Our daughter's giving my wife a little bit of a challenge upstairs. Probably hear a little bit of that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we'll move that out of the way. Let's come back to this one. And likewise, I'm just going to paint some of this. Do I want to paint that red first? I'll paint this green. This in here. And then very quickly. And maybe just right here, I'm just going to quickly transition to some red. Some warm red. Because I'm going to paint green over top of it, and it'll be easier for me to have sharp lines when I paint over the red here. Including right here. There's another color in that red here I got on my brush. That's okay. Worst comes to worst, I could just let it dry and then paint the red that I do want in this place. And then I'll do the opposite here. I'll paint that green and then paint warm red right over top of it. Okay. Like a painting like this, to get it in the way that she did it is surprisingly complex, right? There's a lot of, it's almost like little puzzle pieces that come together nice and seamlessly. And the results are really nice, but painting in that way is pretty tricky, right? It's tricky to pull that kind of thing off. You can see where some of like the brown, it didn't come as solid as I wanted it to originally, so that's why I kind of gave up with that idea of trying to do it all in one coat, and instead we'll do a little bit of layering throughout the episode. I'll let this green settle. Let's come back to this one. Okay, so let's go for a bit of a darker green now. Just taking a bit more blue, cool blue, into this green. Now I suspect a bit of white snuck into this color at some point. So that's why I've got a little bit more, very slightly teal kind of quality to this color. Oops. So I'm just right about here. I think I'm gonna have to work on that with a different green eventually, a bit more of a warmer green. But again, that's just the meaning that we're building up a few layers here to get there. Should I erase that? Let's do the same here. Wow, as I'm painting this, I'm like, this is pretty complicated. All these little interlocking shapes. Wow. So I wonder, now I'm trying to think like exactly how she would have... I bet you she just painted each one very carefully and slowly made her way until the end of the painting. It would have been... I'm sure this painting would have taken a long time to do. Well, both of these. Especially to get a really nice, smooth surface as she's got here. There's very little texture in either of these paintings, so really well done. I just think, you know, one of the great things about doing this whole series for me is it gives me a lot more perspective on different artists' techniques, and certain artists are like, yeah, then you actually try doing it yourself, and you're like, wow, they were really good. Like, or that technique, that's a really simple, easy technique. And then you try doing it, and you're like, whew. I knew this was going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm also surprised by how much more tricky it is than I originally thought it would be. So let's do. I'm going to take my cool red here. I'm going to add a little bit of magenta, or it's a magenta. I'm adding a little bit of white to the magenta. Because I want to come into... Gonna be, oops, not even on my camera. Ah. I know it's gonna be a different red there eventually. Let's just downshift to a much smaller brush. I'm just, as I'm doing this, I'm getting a feeling she probably did most of this painting with very small brushes. A lot of painstaking work. And let's do this. I just added a bunch more white in here so I can cover up. I need to expand that area. So I'm probably going to add this white here as well. Okay. I kind of want to work on this. Whew. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Let's come back here. Okay, I think I can clean these brushes now. I am just gonna take a bit of white. Areas that I'm gonna have to paint over anyway. Actually, I guess we use this white here, don't we? Anyway. I mean, I love painting. How did I make that mistake? Interesting. I really enjoy painting on two paintings simultaneously. I find it's a little bit confusing, probably for some people watching. And maybe it's not the best suggestion for a beginner painter, but I think for me, it helps me continue to move forward and not obsess over anything. It's like, okay, well, just that one's not working out. Something's wrong with that one. Let's just move on to something else. And I can kind of switch back and forth and I like being able to do that. Rather, that way it's like I don't really get too frustrated too quickly. You know what? Let's just paint this all one big long stripe. Ah, my white's got contaminated. Of course. Paula says it's minus 27 degrees in Alberta. Woo! For those of you elsewhere in the world, minus 27 is just too cold. It doesn't matter what it is in Fahrenheit, it's just too cold. So I know that this is where I'm going to put some yellow. If I just paint this white right here, I can cover up the paint that I overpainted in those areas. That'll make it really easy to get those colors later. Okay, I think that's enough here for right now. Let's look at the other one. I'm going to take this same magenta, a little bit of white in it now. Looks like I got to put a bit more white in here. Let's zoom in. Not quite able to do that with my hand contorted around. Okay. I think the other reds, I guess there's another little magenta maybe in the bottom right corner. I'm going to paint over these with my cool red at some point here. I'm going to take this, whatever's left of my warm red, and let's add a bunch of white to it. We'll do the same thing with warm red. The differences are quite slight. This is, got a little bit more of a paler red pink versus kind of a bright hot pink when we use cool. So it's just slightly different. We could probably get away with painting a lot of the warm red areas with the cool pink, but if you can, why not add a little bit of the correct color if possible. Okay. let's zoom out just so we can see where we're at. I am planning on painting this again, basically a purple without any of the white in it. That'll come a little bit later. I'm gonna redo this face a bit. Okay. See, the spam bots are in force again. Paul says, I have not taken my regular walk for a week. It's tough. With that cold temperature, I'm not surprised that you've taken a little bit of a break. You gotta stay indoors. Rick's made 3 paintings, but he doesn't want to post them. Oh, okay. You don't have to. I can totally understand some people being a little bit more reluctant to share the work that they've been making. It is kind of nice to see what people have been up to, though. Let's see, where should we go next here? I'm compelled to want to touch up little parts, like the little bits of splashes of yellow, but I kind of feel like I'm probably they're gonna come back with some more splashes here shortly anyway, so it's worth mixing a light pink just real quickly. Oh, that's a darker pink. Ay. Huh. Okay, is there anywhere I could put this pink? It's funny because that pink is... Well, actually, I'm not too far off with this pink. Or purple, I mean, sorry. I guess I don't need it. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I mix a color and then I go like, oh, actually, I didn't need to put that anywhere. I think I'm just going to put away my self-leveling gel. I'm going to clean the lip here. It took me a while to get this open, so let's just... I mean, it has kind of done a pretty good job, considering how thick that paint was that I put in the background. It looks like it was all one, I mean, several coats, thinner coats. So it definitely did do the job. It's just, this is the kind of paint that needs a little bit more precision. So using that technique for a painting like this is just not, every technique has a place and a time, right? This was just not the place and the time for that. So Keep noticing like little areas where gonna have to touch up. Like, this is the kind of painting where I feel like there's a lot of touching up that happens. Like, we get a lot done, and then we spend a little bit of time kind of cleaning up some of the mess that we've made. Let me see. I mean, again, you could see, you know, remember when I painted this, there were a lot of ridges on the face, and there was catching the light, and I didn't like that. A lot of that's disappeared now. A lot of that's gone. So, which is good. Again, it shows that that self-leveling gel does what it's intended to do. You really have to kind of look at it from the side, like really strong light that is not flattering to any painting, in order to see that texture. But for the most part, it's self-leveled. Okay, which one do I want to do first here? Take this warm up. Okay. So, I guess we want to mix our green that we want to use. Now that green is almost a grassy green. It's a little bit of a warmer green. So I think I'm going to take a little bit of my warm blue and try mixing it into this color that we have here. So it's basically what we've got is warm blue and cool yellow and a little bit of cool blue. So that's just, the warm blue is just going to take a little bit of the lemon yellowy aspect of that green out. do think I'm going to add just a little bit of white. Oops, that might have been a little more. So I added a bit of white, but I think I'm going to add also a little bit more yellow in here. As I saw it go on, it's like, that just seems a little dark. Maybe it is a bit more of a lemon yellow. You know, when you see it right in, I think it appears to be the right color when it's on the palette, but once it goes next to this bright red, it looks way darker. That is fascinating. Okay, so let's go back to a bit more of a lime green. Take a bit of the color that we had before, but we're just going to lighten it up quite a lot. We'll let that paint that I just painted dry. Look at that color came off the brush there. I'm just going to take a bigger brush and just sort of clean that up. This green here, I wonder if yeah, it needs to be a different kind of green. So let's just take this green. And that other green, I'm going to take some brown. And just put that in there. Smudged paint from one area of the painting. As I said, there's lots of touch-ups I feel in this painting. Wow. The never-ending robots, spam bots here. Maybe it's time to get some of this blue that's in this painting. So on the bottom here, we want, I think this is a much warmer blue. This is like a warm blue with white. So let's clean up some brushes and we'll paint that in there. Where should we do this? I'm just trying to find a place on the palette. Maybe we'll just do it on another palette. Okay, so let's take all of this white and we'll start with a little bit of this blue in there. Not sure. I think it could be a little bit darker, but let's paint it in, and then we can always see. Yeah, it needs to be darker. Ah, okay. Funny, like I was confused by this area here, and sometimes it's just you just have to wait until more of the painting gets done for things to make sense. You can see these are certainly no longer level. There. Pretty close, actually. So we'll darken that shortly. I want to put more white back on top of here. I gotta get So, like, would it have been great if I had used the exact right color right off the bat for here? Yeah, but I also had to paint over a little bit of other paints, other colors anyway. So having a little bit of extra white in here certainly did not hurt. Carlito says, Markowsky, I'm having difficulty trying to post my art in your Facebook group. I'm not trying to start drama, but I just want to show what I've painted in the last couple of weeks, but I can't do so. Sorry for asking while you're live. I don't know. I don't... Are you part of the Facebook group already, Carlito? I don't know if I've recognized your name in there before. Have you... So if you join the Facebook group, you have to request to join the group first, and then once you join the group, you should be able to post your images in there. Oh, it's you, Josh. Okay, yeah, we'll take a look. Obviously, I'll take a look when we're done here. Okay, what else? Just gonna paint a bit of white into this red. It was having trouble covering up the green. I'm just gonna paint with a bit of this blue back here again. Okay. So let's put this is a cool blue, and we've mixed versions of it prior. Let's take this cool blue and in white. Oh, and that brown. We got a slightly different, warmer brown on the chalice and on the candle holder here. So let's take some of the brown we had before, take our warm red, mix that in there. Certainly got lots of brown left, so it's just a slightly different color of brown. I'm just going to put a bit of white into this brown here to so we'll paint over that once that dries. Just keep on trucking, moving forward here. I feel like this brown could be even lighter still. That is just pretty sloppy work in here. I just get sometimes lazy, and rather than going to a smaller brush, I'm like, let's see if I can just do it all in one big brush. So I'll have to wait for that to dry a bit. But this painting is getting pretty close. I mean, there's obviously some touching up that needs to be done. I think, I'm at a point where switching back and forth between paintings becomes more and more difficult, because switching back and forth between paintings when the paintings are young is relatively easy, because you're using many of the same colors. But after a certain point in time, I think it's a good idea to kind of just buckle down and just finish one of them. So I might be at that stage here where I might just want to finish one of them. Maybe I'll just set this aside since there's all that wet paint on there. So I'm going to start refining this one. I think it'd be great if I could bring this one to a resolution. Or at least get it to a point where there's just some very minor little tweaks. And I can do all those little tweaks again between the two paintings while one is drying, and I can kind of switch back and forth. But this is where having a little bit more focus, I think, is helpful. Oh, Josh, I think if you're still listening, if you could send me a Facebook message through the Facebook account, I think that would be helpful. Oh, we can see if we can work out whatever problem you've got there. Okay, so let's go back to our warm red now. We haven't used this, I don't think, in this painting as of yet. So let's zoom in. Okay. Now I'm going to do, take some of the cool red, magenta. Let's put this in here. Now magenta is that and the warm blue, which is ultramarine blue, tend to be the most transparent of all of the colors on this palette, at least, and that's mostly true for no matter what brand you have. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, you know, what I learned from a painting like this is that this is the kind of painting that involves painting and then sort of fixing, or not fixing, but painting a little bit and then going into it knowing later on in the painting I'm going to have to kind of do a little bit of touch up on that, potentially in that same area. That it's not an all-in-one-go type of thing. Which I thought I might have been able to get away with a little bit earlier, but clearly that was not the case. Which is just, I don't know, it is what it is. You know, it's just every painting is a bit of an adventure, and there's going to be ups and downs and challenges along the way to make any artwork, and you just have to kind of roll with the punches a little bit and just keep moving forward. It's meant that I've had to kind of take a slightly different approach, and obviously, you know, I began with a certain kind of approach in mind, and I've had to alter that approach. That is very subtle, but not too much too far off what she did here, so I'm just gonna keep on doing it here. So I've got magenta and warm red alternating, and they look very similar. On camera they look identical. In person there's a little bit more, I can see the nuance. It's pretty close, but now I don't think we've used, there's no cool blue in this painting yet, which is kind of nice that there's just a little hint of it, you know, in the earring and on the necklace here. I love this little pattern that she's got going here. It's entirely possible it's a very traditional pattern that I'm not aware of, but I really like the the way that these colors interact. Blue. Okay, so what I'm noticing is we want, I think, a little bit of cool yellow and white, which we haven't used at all. Ooh. White and cool yellow. I think I'll leave some of those other ones alone. Just come back and add a bit more yellow onto this fella here. Take my magenta, this back in here. Remember I said this was a very transparent color. Looking at these pears down here, and what on earth did I do there? That's weird. Take warm yellow, clean that up a bit. Who would have thought painting a pear would be so difficult? okay. I mean, I'm not super happy with how sloppy a lot of this looks. But it'll be okay. I think what I want to do now, let's mix this purple. Let's just see. All that's dry, so I don't get any additional colors mixed in. So let's take our warm blue. And cool red. In fact, I'm just going to mix a bit extra. Really nice deep purple. Okay. And then there's also the same purple on the earrings and necklace here. To wait for that to dry. And you can see it's a little bit streaky, so I'll do another coat of this. I'll just let that dry. I want to touch it now, but let's just display even a smidgen of patience here, Michael. Although there is a little texture in here I'm not okay with. There we go. We'll get the opacity sorted. We'll let that dry. It's getting there. And the other one's very close to being done as well, so I'm anticipating another half hour and then we'll be done. My two candles here. Burning well, though they're casting a bit of shadow on the top here, so they're still, excuse me, burning. Just let that dry, and then we'll pick at it. I suppose I could do the black now. I could mix black, or I could just paint black. I think she painted black. So even though I mix black all the time, just for the sake of moving along, I'm going to paint black. So I'm going to take this black. Just got to be careful because there's a lot of wet stuff on here. I am considering maybe putting a bit of that leveling gel, self-leveling gel into this. But as long as I'm kind of careful about avoiding some major thick areas, I should be okay. It's just that if you're painting with black and you do it really thick, highlights are going to show up in the black maybe more than anywhere else, because it's going to stand out really easy in a, you know, white or anything that's light will pop against black. Right? That's often why artists use it, because they want that effect. But it's also can cause you problems if you don't want any, if you don't want that kind of popping quality with the color. You just have to be careful about the texture. So now I'm just going to go around, and any places I see a large buildup of texture, I'm just going to kind of brush them out. Sometimes it's hard to tell what is, if there's color coming through from underneath or if it's just a highlight. Right? Like I'm having a real hard time discerning that there. I think it's just a highlight. Okay, so her hair doesn't go all the way. See, she did a better job than I did. I like the way that she did it. I could fix it. It's just one of those things, is it worth it, really? And I do have that color. Okay, that's something that I'm going to think about. I'll let that just sit. Let's get a bit of... Just taking a bit of green, making a green here. It's interesting that this is really one of the only places in these paintings where we see a bit of an outlining effect happening. I was a little heavy-handed there. No surprise. Well, it is supposed to be a darker purple. I want it to be as dark as that. I'm just going to lighten it up ever so slightly. that's still wet. I thought that was dry. Ugh. Okay, I think I'm satisfied with the bottom half. Oh, there's this dark shape. Really dark green. Just gonna take my black, mix that into this green. Do I have any more yellow? Let's take some of the yellow. So let's expand this forehead here. That forehead just keeps getting bigger and bigger, doesn't it? Ay, ay, ay. So let's let this dry. And what do we want to do on here? Take my brown again, add some more warm red, I just realized this cup is going in the opposite. I've made it round and it should be more concave. Anyway. We can spend our whole lives regretting things. Or just accept things for the way they are. And move on. I say after I painted the whole forehead of the previous portrait. Anyway, that'll be the difference between hers and mine. Little changes like that I think are kind of fun anyway. More red. I want kind of a bit more of an orange. is it, John? Those circle earrings is small or too small? Not sure what you mean. Not sure what you're talking about, John. I mean, they're. You think I did them too small, or the original ones are too small? Now the blue on the bottom is much warmer. Or not warmer, it's less, there's less white in it. Gotta think about how I want to do that. Maybe while I'm thinking about that, let's do the black stripes on his sweater. Or, sweater. Robe. So, you know, as I paint, and if there's places where I kind of goof, I just widen the line. I don't worry about making it absolutely perfect. There's going to be some discrepancies no matter what, no matter how hard you try to make it exactly the same. Okay. You know, at the end of a painting, all these brushes and paint, even though this black is fairly fresh on the palette, and probably also just my hands and brain and everything, you know, has been through quite the workout, so everything goes on a little bit more difficult at the very end. One of my favorite quotes of all time is, I don't know if it's a quote, it's just that it's a approach to writing. Ernest Hemingway said that as soon as he knew exactly, you know, as he was getting close to winding up for the day, if he knew exactly what he was going to write, he would stop. So that he would have somewhere to that he knew he could pick up from where he left off the next day without having to sit there and be like, oh, what do I do? What should I put here? He was at a place where, well, he knew exactly where he would start tomorrow. And that way he was always ready to go. And I think that's, you know, one way that people could approach painting as well, is if you know what you need to do tomorrow, you could kind of just stop and go, okay, great, let's end here. I mean, I'm gonna finish these off, but I could see some people saying, you know what, I'll just come back and touch that up tomorrow, kick my feet up. Yikes, that earring just got huge. So let's just erase it. I think it should be a little bit lighter anyway, so let's put a bit of... What color is this? Okay, so how about let's, I'm going to start going in with my brown. I'm just going to touch up all of these faces here. Let's just see. It is kind of cool, the nuance that she kind of is able to achieve here without any facial features. It's really gorgeous. I love it. I love it a lot. Now there is the self-leveling gel in this paint. How, if it's still active in there? That's the question. Like how well after it's, you know, we painted this brown like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. So it's possible that some of that, the chemical properties of the self-leveling gel may no longer be as effective after a certain period of time. Still a little bit transparent. We'll come back to that. happy with the way this turned out here. How it kind of expanded a bit. It kept expanding, and it really should curve in here. I don't know if there's much I can do, unless I obviously repaint that area. That's not going to happen, so not at this time. At this point in time, I mean. So let me think. Wow, time is flying. I didn't really. My goodness. I might just set this aside and think about it. Okay. Oops, let's... Okay, so I'm just gonna blow dry that. I don't know if I need to. Do I need to? Yeah, let's do that. Maybe let's paint that first. So I still got all of this purple, which is why I made this big batch. So let's blow dry. So still got this big batch of brown that we made at the very beginning. I need to blow dry that again. We'll do one more pass. I think that's covered up the brown, but there is a lot of texture under here. So I'm going to build up this texture. Yeah, her forehead's a little bit more prominent than I would have wanted it to be. It just kept expanding and expanding as I painted it, but that's okay. Okay, so just want to do, while we've got this brown here, before I wash my palette, just a little bit that I want to fill in. Okay. Oh my goodness, I did it again. There we go. I think I'm just out of time. I don't have time to finish to redo the bottom down here, but I think it's okay. I don't think it's you know, gonna make or break this painting, whether that's a little bit darker blue down here. It is, you know, should be darker than this one, and it should be warmer. Should I do a unless I do something horrible, this should only take an extra 5 minutes. does bring it much closer to the original. That does make me a little bit happier. Never want to have any regrets. Okay. That one, I think it just needs to dry a little bit. Okay. So. Two paintings by the master. Wow, almost the end. End of the month here. Whew, okay. I think I gotta run here. But pretty close. I mean, there's parts of both of them that I'm not super happy with, but you know, that's 5 hours of my life devoted to these paintings. I'm a super big fan of Dr. Synthia St. James, so it's been a super honor to spend a little bit of time trying to get to know her work and understand a little bit about her style. I mean, I knew it was going to be tricky, but I'm actually really surprised at how difficult it actually was. Like, to get the sharpness of her paintings, I think, you know, one might look at these paintings and think these are probably some of the more straightforward and simple paintings that we could do. I actually would say they're probably some of the most complicated paintings to do. I'd say we're going to do a Caspar David Friedrich painting tomorrow that is much more along the lines of the more classical approach to painting, and I think that's going to go faster, and I think will be easier than doing these paintings. But you can let me know what you think in the comments below, especially after you paint tomorrow's painting. You can come back and say, actually, I think this one was much easier, or actually the Friedrich painting was more easy or difficult. I don't know. We'll see. You guys if you're watching this in the future, you're in the future. I hope it's great. So we'll see you guys tomorrow for New Year's Eve painting, our final painting of 2021. If you like the video, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you want to support the channel for as little as $1, there's a PayPal link in the description below. You can use the super chat function here in YouTube, and you can send a check or e-transfer by contacting me through the Facebook group or my website. Those links are in the description below. So take a picture of whatever you've been painting. Was it one of Dr. Synthia St. James's Kwanzaa paintings? Or was it something else you've been creating? Rick, talking to you. Let's upload your painting. Otherwise, thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Those of you celebrating Kwanzaa, I wish you 2 more days of fantastic Kwanzaa, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for Caspar David Friedrich. Enjoy the rest of your evening, everybody. Otherwise, good night.